non-disruptive on-site solution. This is what was proposed, 48 units. It's very difficult to see, but you will see as we advance on to what the site looks like now, as we advance in the presentation. The temporary development is the same use as the currently approved use, which is permanent supporting housing. There is no change of use. It's a temporary development for permanent supporting housing that is already approved on site by City Council. The site services will remain on site in the existing building. So the site taken from a Google image street view shows like this. So it's kind of like the site photo before. The proposal meets council's strategic focus areas in the aspect of community and safety, and the objectives, value statements, and result definitions are included in the report. This is what the site looks like now, taken on March the 10th. As you can see there, it's totally different than what was there now. It's no longer parking of vehicles. It's a site with a fence. You can see the top of the building up here. There are no environmental impacts, no direct economic impacts associated with this specific application. And approval of the application would provide, as was required, essential permanent supported housing, in this case during construction at the building. This is another shot of a before image. Permanent supported housing classification of use is listed as a discretionary use in the DC 29 site-specific direct control district as defined in the land use bylaw. It means a facility providing residential accommodation in addition to continuous on-site professional care and supervision to persons whose cognitive or behavioral health needs require increased levels of service. The structure may require enhanced safety and security controls, such as entrances and exits under the exclusive control of the staff, secured room windows or doors, and fences, as we note on the picture. This use requires a direct control district. So council had to go through the direct control district process initially. This is what the site looks like now. As you can see, the fence is still there, it's covered. Trucks are all removed, and you can still see just the top of the building. There are no risk or financial implications. It doesn't add no additional cost to the project. Administration sent out an information package out to adjacent property owners, informing them as the proposed development as per the land use bylaw. A total of 190 notices were sent out to adjacent property owners, including all the Chelsea villas. At the time of writing of this report, administration had received 5 letters from adjacent property owners either objecting to or requiring further clarification on the proposed temporary development of permanent supported housing. Those objections are in attachment 4 of your report, and there has been no objections received since. So this is what it looks like, the picture from the parking lot, what it looks like right now. Permanent supporting housing is listed as a discretionary use in the DC 29 district, and City Council is the approving authority, the development authority. The applicant is proposing to provide temporary permanent supported housing during construction. The on-site supports and services will continue to come from the existing building, and the DC 29 district allows for those supports. The property in question is located in the DC 29 site-specific direct control district, and as such, the permanent supported housing use is the same use as the current approved use. There is no change of use. Therefore, it meets the intent and all the requirements of the land use bylaw. Administration recommends that council approve the temporary development of permanent supported housing with an end date of June the 30th, 2023, as indicated in Appendix 5, the draft development permit PL 220067. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Just so everybody's aware, we're going to do questions for administration, followed by an opportunity for people to speak in support or in opposition of the development permit application. And then we will do business arising. So I'll now open it up to questions for administration. I recognize Councillor Lerners.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Just a couple of questions. I think it's always a priority of councils to be consistent throughout the city, no matter what we do. We treat ourselves the same way as everybody else. Two-part question. First part is if from a planning perspective, if the Grande Prairie Foundation with their permanent supporting housing or potentially some kind of hotel during renovations were to request to install a temporary camp situation on their parking lots, would we typically allow that? Or are we setting a precedent where we will from now on be allowing that?
Mr. Tobin?
Argumentative of whether it be setting a precedent. We certainly would not allow a campsite to go on a parking lot typically, but this is a different situation as it's an emergency situation. The people need somewhere to stay, so we approved it on a temporary basis.
Okay, so the basis is okay, fair enough. That's a valid thing. And secondly of all, when our discretionary use is permanent supportive housing, this is not permanent. So how does that fit in our terminology or justification? Yeah,
through the mayor, the housing is supported. It's permanent supporting housing. The housing's not permanent. It's the supports that's permanent.
Oh, okay. Good answer.
Thanks, Mr. Lerners. Councillor Bressy.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I just want to make sure I'm crystal clear on understanding what's going on. This is meant for just where people sleep. It doesn't have an impact on their daytime use, if I'm understanding correctly. So they'll still be able to use communal space in the existing building, get on-site supports, things like that. They're just sleeping somewhere different if we approve this. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Tobin?
Ask that question over to the Director of Protective and Social Services.
Director Manuel?
Yes, so that is correct in large part. So the way that the modulars are set up is for the sleeping accommodations. Additionally, there is shower, washroom facilities as well as laundry and staff offices. Now, the staff offices are from a supervision perspective. The full access to the recreational spaces, programming spaces within the primary building still remain available. Further to the point around its temporary use and why we moved ahead in the manner we did is that there is no accommodation that exists in the city that would meet the building code or fire requirements as a B3 today that is vacant that these residents could have been moved into. So this site is one of the only sites in town that has a current zoning permitting permanent supportive housing and had a development permit. It's the only site in the city of Grande Prairie that has an existing development permit for permanent supportive housing. So any property outside of this property that we would have looked at moving to, even a motel, we would have had to initiate both a rezoning and a development permitting process as opposed to just this development permitting.
Thanks for that. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So my question is, I see the date of June 30th, 2023. Are we expecting to use that, or I'm assuming that there's some cushion in there? Realistically, how long will this facility be set up? Realistically.
Again, I'll go to the Director of Protective and Social Services.
Director Manuel.
Thank you for the question through the mayor. The response to that is this week we should have better information. Over the next couple of weeks, we'll have better information as to the specific construction timelines as we work with our engineers and architects. But that being said, that is a degree of cushioning in the contingency that things would progress longer. However, we are going to pull every lever that we can to do this in expedient manner so we don't have to prolong it.
Okay, thank you. Follow up, do we have to have these on site through all 3 floors or just 1 floor?
Director Manuel?
Yeah, excellent question through the mayor. So we're not adding any additional residents. This is simply to house the residents that were on site at the time that the modulars were brought into place. It was mentioned 48 rooms. We actually didn't deploy 48. I think the complete capacity is 28, and there's no intent to expand beyond that, and there's no intent to keep the modulars in place while additional residents were brought online. So as soon as occupancy can be regained in the primary building for the 20, I believe it's 26 presently, individuals that are housed there, that's it. Then they'll be removed.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Bosch?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Mr. Tobin. So this may go to you or to Director Manuel. Just in regards to the recent question, supervision and supports within the modulars will continue 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, correct?
Director Manuel?
Through the mayor, correct?
And my second question is that Mr. Tobin said there is no additional costs. Can you clarify what that means? In what respect?
Director Manuel?
Yeah, certainly. So I'll be the first to acknowledge there's certainly having the modulars in place is a cost that was unanticipated. I believe the comment may be in reference to, at this point, it falls within the project's contingencies.
Okay. Thank you for
Yeah,
that.
through the mayor, the costs as was to the contingencies that we were, they requested and said that they were within those price range. So within the budget.
So within the budget for
Sorry,
the...
can we just proper process here, please? Thank you. Did you have a question for Mr. Tobin?
just a question, yes.
Okay.
So you're saying through the renovation process, there is no incurred additional costs?
Mr. Tobin?
Through the mayor, that's what the applicant told us, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions for administration, now I'll offer an opportunity for those who may be here or online to speak in support of this development permit. And I will ask 3 times for each. If there's anyone here to speak in support of the development permit, please come forward now. And a 3rd time, if there's anyone online or in person here to speak in support of the development permit, please step forward or turn your camera on. I will now ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to this development permit to please come forward or to turn your camera on. And I see one gentleman coming forward. Please have a seat, introduce yourselves. I will turn your mic on and just pull the mic fairly close to you so that there we go. And just introduce yourself.
Everybody hear me?
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
So Lionel Fry, General Manager, Prairie Mall, representing Morguard Corporation, which owns the Prairie Mall. Not so much in opposition, just points of clarification. I think I've had a few questions answered here today. In terms of the timeline, am I to understand that the 16 months is a buffer timeline?
That's my understanding, but I'll get clarification from Director Manuel.
So through the mayor, correct. I would say my hope is to have this done in 6.
Okay.
Okay.
And also, am I to understand the support services originally designated for the proposal will remain intact?
That's also my understanding, but I'll look for clarification. Director Manuel?
Yeah, through the mayor, that's correct. And actually, the per capita level of supports is actually higher than anticipated for. We have a resident population, what we considered phase 1, which was those first residents. We've actually entered the 2nd staffing phase just due to contractual obligations. So we actually have more staff per resident than we would actually have in its full operation.
Okay. Just another question. You might get sick of my questions.
Sure. Not a problem.
So again, my understanding, the communal space will be available with the proposed temporary development.
Director Manuel?
Through the mayor, that is correct. The outside of the sleeping quarters, all of the space that was being utilized for programming, as well as continued improvement as the weather permits around the outdoor spaces within the courtyard areas will be proceeding.
And last question. Obviously, adjacent landowners might be skeptical as far as the temporary provision. Can we confirm that that is in fact temporary? It's not going to be something there permanently.
Well, I can tell you that the city bought the hotel with the intent of it being utilized fully. At this point, there would be no intent, to my understanding, but I'll open it to Director Manuel in a minute for us to have temporary style residents in a parking lot when we have a perfectly good facility that we're hoping to see fully operational. So, but I'll look to Director Manuel in case I missed anything.
So I can tell you that from my perspective, it will 100% be temporary, as was mentioned, carrying the costs associated with two structures versus one, as well as there is no doubts that the permanent structure is a much better environment for both staff and residents. So this meets an immediate need, but the intent is as soon as practical, we will get it transitioned and decommissioned.
Great. That about covers it for me. I appreciate the time today, and I just want to say on behalf of Morguard, we supported the original proposal and we support this initiative.
Thanks. Just before you leave, Mr. Fry, I'm just going to see if council has any questions for you. I did want to say, as with the other neighbors, we're encouraging them on a regular basis to keep in contact with us. Reach out to either the team that's on site or through our mobile outreach team if you have concerns or issues. I know you have your own security in-house, but our intent is to be the best neighbor possible, and going forward, communication will be the easiest way for us to be the best neighbor possible. So please, don't pick up the phone and because you think you're bothering us. Always call if there's a concern. That's how we're going to be successful in this project. So appreciate that if you could keep in touch.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And
I see no questions, so you're good to go.
Great. Thank you very much.
I will just check online to see if there is anyone here to speak in opposition to this development permit. And a third time, anyone here to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I will now look for business arising. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I move that council adopt or approve the development permit PL 220067 for the temporary development of a permanent supported housing use with an end date of June 30th, 2023, as indicated in Appendix Number 5, Development Permit PL 220067.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Comments or questions? Seeing none. Sorry, Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm actually going to move an amendment. And the amendment I would move is to set the expiry date to March 31st, 2023. And to just speak to this, I was quite surprised when I saw the 16 months in there because that's a very generous cushion from what I understood what it would be. I think that even given it 12 and a half months is some cushion over what's been communicated to me anyways about what might be needed there. And for me, I'd be more comfortable with, if it's not going to quite finish in that time, having to come to council and us being able to make sure that the pedal really is to the metal at the back end of this, rather than us just having cushion and being out, potentially being out months earlier. I'd rather us be aggressive with this timeline so that if it's going to go a long time, we really can, this could be front and center for us. So for me, I'm not comfortable with 16 months. But for 12 and a bit months, I could be comfortable with this.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. That amendment is in order. I will support that amendment. I think, as identified, our hope is to be done in 6 months. A 1 year cushion or a 6 month cushion, making it a total of 12 months, is adequate in my opinion. And as noted by Councillor Bressie, I know we'll get regular updates from Director Manuel and other departments, but if we're looking to be past 12 months, we've got some bigger issues than we're currently dealing with, and they need to be addressed. So I will support this amendment. I see no one else in the queue, so I'm going to call the question on the amendment. Please vote.
Councillor Blackmore is in favor of the amendment.
Councillor Blackmore in favor. And that is carried 7-2. So the amendment does carry. So now we'll vote on the amended motion. Any comments or questions on the amended motion? Councillor Lerners. Good hands.
Yeah, you know, it just seems a little bit premature. I know we've got them out there already, and you know, we've kind of pot committed, but it seems like we don't yet have the defined scope of what's being done. We don't know if it's something that we absolutely have to have people in trailers on site. I'm nervous that we're, every other group that needs an opportunity to do something while they're on an emergency basis, putting out trailers. I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to pass, but I struggle with this notion that we've put ourselves in this position and now we're forced to accept it, and I don't know. It just seems like, making more bad decisions after bad decisions, and so I it'll probably just be me, but I won't be supporting this motion. Thanks.
So I'll go to Councillor Bosch, and then I have a question of clarification on your comments. Councillor Lerners. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I guess this is somewhat of a question to your comment. Just like this situation came up, I think that if it would be super unfortunate if something else did come up, we would be abreast of what the situation is. We've asked as a council for clarity and communication, so I don't see really whether it's 16 months or 12 months, I don't think the communication piece will change any aspect of what we do or do not need to do. So I'm not sure that there's any issue to really, have quorums over.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. If a member of council is going to vote against this, then I just caution you that if you want us to be treating this development like we treat any other development, my understanding of the process is that means it gets a stop order, and that means that it's getting torn down and these people are getting displaced, is my understanding of how we would deal with any other development that didn't successfully get a development permit. And I don't see how that would be good for the community. I don't see how that would be good for the neighbors. I don't see how that would be good for us. And I really do think does this set precedence, and do we treat other people in the community like this? First of all, I'd say absolutely anybody in the community is able to apply for a development permit and come ask for that development permit to be approved. And council at that time considers the circumstances, and in this case, the unique circumstances around it. And if there was a Grand Spirit Lodge that for some reason was having issues and their choice was evict all their tenants or do something temporary, I know that I'd be open to at least considering the temporary thing. What's different about this and any other development, though, is we actually own this development. And usually when we approve a development permit, it's kind of out of our hands, and the owner of that property can go forward and do the thing we approved no matter how it goes. In this case, we own this development, and if we think there's better alternatives that we want to see, or as more information comes to light, if we think changes need to be made, since we own it, we can give that direction to our city manager to make those changes. So we've got a lot more control over this than any other development permit we'd usually be looking at. And I want us to treat us the same way we treat everybody else. And that means that I fully expect our staff to give a stop order to this if we don't approve this development permit. And if they give a stop order, I think that puts our whole community, not just us as an organization, but I really do think it puts our whole community at risk, displacing the folks living here.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. To Councillor Lerners, I supported you on the last vote, or I guess I voted with you. You weren't speaking to anything. But that was largely because I do actually like the buffer of time. When we're talking about this building, there are knowns and unknowns, and obviously we've discovered some unknown, which has created this situation. But we also have the roof to consider and fixing that up, as well as the exterior. So I was okay with the buffer. of time, just in case whatever comes out of budget might move it forward. But as far as passing this permit, I think as Councillor Bressie said, we have the levers that we can pull as far as stop order. And I've been a part of displacing members of the community before at the Fletcher building, and it wasn't a good scene. I was in charge of doing street outreach for them and trying to bring them back to ground level, if that makes any sense, just putting it politely. But we can't be sending a bunch of our residents who are in a permanent supportive housing complex out into the wilderness, so to speak, because then they're dealing not only with trauma but also issues of trust and then whatever they need to do to survive as well. And I've seen it go really the wrong way. So I'd strongly encourage you to just put some thought into it. And I appreciate your no vote if it remains a no vote. But I think I'd be very, very comfortable if we were all in on this one. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I too will support this motion. I share your concerns, Councillor Lanners, in regards to the unfortunate need for temporary accommodations in the parking lot. But as we all know, and many of us have done personal renovations, commercial renovations, whatever that look like, sometimes you stumble upon things that are unfortunate and you adapt. As noted by Councillor Thiessen and Councillor Bressie, a stop work order on this project would be extremely unfortunate for the entire community. We as a council and an organization have made a commitment to be a good neighbor. We will work hard to make this project successful, to make it not infringe upon local businesses. We will work hard to make sure that we go above and beyond to run an organization that fits within our community and its surrounding neighbors. This, unfortunately, is a renovation stumble that we have to deal with, and to put a stop work order and displace the residents would be extremely unfortunate for the entire community. With that, Councillor Lanners had something else, and then I'll look to Councillor O'Toole in case he wanted to close.
Yeah, and I guess we make it sound so dramatic if we offered a stop work order, but with this beginning of this meeting, we just passed a motion. It's racial and discrimination for a whole bunch of reasons, and sure, it's not supportive housing, but if we were in a bind and we decided that these people are no different than anyone else in this city, and they're just people with a few more struggles, and we send them to other hotels, and in the morning we took a bus and sent them to the care units at Stonebridge, that would give them the supportive housing, would comply with all the regulations and zonings and all those other kinds of things that we talk about. That's doable, right? And we've played this hand and we've moved it along, and it is what it is. But I've done a lot of renovations, and I don't even know what the scope of these renovations are. We've already got them, the new renovations, because we said we're still a week or two from finding out what those are going to be. Stop work order, how dramatic that might be, would just mean that they're going to another place, and we're cleaning it up, and we don't have that image that that's there right now, and it's concerning the neighbors, and there's lots of people that are upset about it. So I think it can be done otherwise, and we are where we are, and so I think if nothing else, it's important that we talk about it, and so I've said my piece, and thank you very much.
All right, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I think I understand what you're saying, Councillor Lanners, but we also have to look at the cost factor of that too. We're responsible to be fiscally responsible for the money that our citizens pay in taxes. And to do that kind of system, to ship them to another facility, be it a hotel or anything else, number one, we'd have to make sure it's upgraded to what is expected through the provincial government. And then you have busing, and then you have security, or you have supports, whatever you want to call it. But that all comes with a cost. So is council willing to throw more money into that, because it's a 6-month delay in construction? It's unfortunate. Nobody's saying that it's a good thing, but if we're looking after dollars and cents, I think we have to be cautious.
All right, with that, I see no one further. I'll call the question.
Councillor Blackmore's in favor.
And that is carried. Moving on to committee business under item 8.1, the Corporate Services Committee meeting of March 15th. I'll turn that over to Councillor Lehners.
There we go. Thank you. So yes, so I would, we're referring to the March 15th, 2022 meeting. And first of all, I'd like a recommendation that council adopt the minutes of the Corporate Service Committee meeting held on that date.
All right, so that motion is ordered to adopt the minutes of the Corporate Services Committee meeting held March 15th. Please vote.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Moving on to business arising from your meeting, 8.1.1.
Yeah, so as part of the work of this committee, every year the business improvement area assessment and tax bylaws come up for a vote. And so we are going to undertake the approval of those, assuming that happens, with the information that is in the attachments. But part of that is that we're going to ask council to give 3 readings to bylaw C-1447, being the business tax and assessment 2022 bylaw. We'll start that process.
Perfect. That motion is in order. So the first one being, first reading being no opportunity for discussion or debate. So I'll call the question.
Blackmore in favor.
Councillor Bosch?
I shouldn't be in this vote through the BAI bylaws.
If you'd like to declare a conflict, that's fine.
I would.
Just wait for you to leave the room. And I think the vote is still up
Oh.
there. All right, we're just gonna revote on that. And that is carried. Councillor Lehners.
Yeah, so as per that, I'd ask the council give second reading to bylaw C-1447, being the business tax and assessment for 2022 bylaw.
All right, comments or questions on that? Councillor Bressie.
Great. I'll be voting in favor, and I know this is something that every year when we pass this, I hear a little bit in the community. How dare you have an extra tax on downtown businesses, which is a sentiment that I can appreciate. But just be clear, what this is our downtown businesses have formed a business improvement area. My understanding is the history of it is they actually lobbied the province to make changes to the Municipal Government Act to be the first place to do that. And they appoint a board that creates a budget, and this money that we're giving to that association controlled by downtown businesses. So really our 2 alternatives, if we don't approve this bylaw, is either to give downtown businesses money from general tax revenue to undertake promotional activities that only benefit them. So to take money from other businesses to give to downtown businesses, promote downtown businesses would be one option. Or another option would be to say to these downtown businesses, sorry, we know your business better than you, and we're not going to give you the money that you've asked for and that you've agreed to collect with each other. And I think either one of those would be completely inappropriate for us to do. And so for that reason, I will be voting in favor of this.
All right, see no further comments or questions. I'll call the question. Please vote.
Blackmore in favor.
Councillor Blackmore's in favor. That too carries. Councillor Lerners.
Yeah, I would now ask that council have the vote on having the third reading to bylaw C1447, being the business tax and assessment 2022 bylaw.
Perfect. So this is a motion to be able to have third reading here at this meeting. This must pass unanimously. I'll call the question. Please vote.
Blackmore in favor.
That too
Great.
carries. Councillor Lerners.
Yes, thank you for that. So that being done, I will then ask that council give three readings to bylaw C-1447, being the business tax and assessment 2022 bylaw.
Thank you for that. So this is third reading of this bylaw. Comments or questions? Seeing no one in the queue, I will call the question. Please vote.
In favor.
And that carries unanimously. Moving on to the second item of business. Councillor Lerners.
Sure. So in this one, we're going to try and go through three readings again for bylaw C-1448, which is the downtown business improvement area business tax. So we've gone from the assessment, then moving on to the tax for the 2022 year. So I would ask that council give first reading to bylaw C-1448, being the downtown business improvement area tax 2022 bylaw.
All right, that motion is in order. First reading, no questions or debate. Please vote.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Lerners.
Perfect. Second, I would ask council give second reading to bylaw C-1448, being the downtown business improvement area tax 2022 bylaw.
Thank you for that. Comments or questions? Councillor Berg.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak in favor of this as a downtown business. I'm voting in favor of taxing myself. I do see the value in it as a downtown business. There's a lot of great value in it. We work as one unit. In many ways, I see it. We had the gentleman from the Prairie Mall. In some ways, you know, they work as a collective too for their marketing. We do that as well through the Downtown Business Association.
Perfect. Thank you for that comment. I'll call the question on second reading of bylaw C-1448.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
Councillor Blackmore in favor. That carries unanimously. Councillor Lerners.
Yes. So we can keep this process going, I would council vote to have three readings to bylaw C-1448, being the downtown business improvement area business tax 2022 review, or bylaw.
Great. So this is a motion to be able to have third reading here today. This must pass unanimously. I will call the question.
Blackmore in favor.
And that too carries. Councillor Lerners.
Yeah. Thank you. So the final vote on this, hopefully, is the council. I would ask that council give the final third reading to bylaw C-1448, being the downtown business improvement area tax, business tax 2022 bylaw.
All right. Seeing no comments or questions, I will call the question.
Blackmore in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Lerners, one more item of business on this one, at least.
Yeah, so after we've done the assessment and then we've figured out what the tax is supposed to be, then we establish the tax rate in that order. So we're going to need three readings on this as well. So I'll start the game afoot by asking council to give first reading to bylaw C-1449, being the downtown business improvement area business tax rate 2022 bylaw.
And that motion is in order. No question or debate. I will call the question. Please vote.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
Councillor Blackmore votes in favor, and that carries unanimously. Councillor Lerners.
Yes, thank you. Next, I'll ask council to give second reading to bylaw C-1449, being the downtown business improvement area business tax rate for 2022 bylaw.
Comments or questions? Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
And that carries. Councillor Laners.
Yeah, so now that I would ask that council recommend that council have three readings to bylaw C-1449, being the downtown business improvement area business tax 2022 bylaw.
Thank you for that. So this is a motion to have third reading here today at this meeting. Must pass unanimously. I'll call the question.
Blackmore in favor.
And that carries. Councillor Laners.
Perfect. So having said that, I will now ask that council give third reading to bylaw C-1449, being the downtown business improvement area business tax 2022 bylaw.
All right. Seeing no one in the queue, I will call the question. Please vote.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Moving on to item 8.1.2, the Aquaterra dividend declaration for 2021. Councillor Laners.
Yeah, every year we, as a city of Grande Prairie, as a shareholder in Aquaterra, we enjoy the dividends that are afforded our participation in that group, and this year is not unlike others. And so we have a letter from Aquaterra declaring what our revenues are for 2021 in both the mandatory and discretionary uses, and that is available for people to look at. And so I would, as part of that process, we need to sign a unanimous consent so that those dividends can be dispersed. And so to do our part, I trust the other organizations will do the same that are involved, Town of Sexsmith and Wembley and County Grande Prairie, but our role is to do our part and vote yes or no on the amounts itemized. So I would ask council, direct the mayor to sign unanimous consent for discretionary dividends as requested by Aquaterra Utilities Incorporated on behalf of the city of Grande Prairie.
All right, that motion is in order. Comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
And Councillor Blackmore is in favor.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bressy, how do you vote?
In favor.
And that carries unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor Laners?
I'm trying to find them. I think that was pretty much most of, we kind of covered most of the stuff that happened during those meetings, and we made motions pertaining to those, so I won't encumber the discussion any further. So I'll just leave it at that.
Great, thank you for that. Moving on to item 8.2, the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting of March 14th, and I will turn it over to Councillor O'Connor.
Council, your Mayor Jackie Clayton. I'd like to make a motion that council accept the meetings from the meeting from September or March 15th. I went back a year. March 15th at this meeting, please.
All right, so this is a motion to adopt the meeting minutes of March 15th. I'll call the question.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor, any highlights from your meeting?
Yes, I do. Economic development, one training grant was approved. A barrier-free grant was approved. 2 barrier-free grants were completed, adding 2 more barrier-free bathrooms, 2 residential infill grants, 2 municipal fee rebates, went to 2 ribbon cuttings, and letters of congratulations to 4 businesses that opened up, and initiated a phone survey on labor availability. Then on the energy and environment side, we received a watershed resilience grant and to look at bioengineering and the O'Brien project. And tender for phase 3 road rehabilitation is out. An RFQ request for quotation on playground replacement program for Country Club West, Crystal Heights, Countryside South, and Smith subdivisions. And we completed the 5th round of snow removal and started some pothole filling. So thank you very much. That's my report of the highlights.
Thank you for that. Moving on to item 8.3, the Community Services meeting held on March 15th. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held March 15th, 2022.
That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with any errors or omission, I'll call a question. Please vote.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, you got a couple items of business.
I sure do, Madam Mayor. A couple items. First one being transit facility improvements. So I'll go with the motion and move that Council approve the procurement and installation of 2 heated shelters and 4 new benches for the Town Centre Mall Transit Hub. Just speaking to this motion, these are budgeted for items in our capital project. It is dedicated funding. In that fund, we have about $190,000. And this would not include the cost to energize the shelters in this motion, but administration will work to find out those costs, and hopefully we can do it within the budget.
All right, thank you for that motion. Comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
Thank you for that. And that motion carries. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Second item of business is Ball Diamond Priorities Policy number 213. And to that, I will move that Council approve Policy 213, the Ball Diamond Priorities Policy. And just speaking to this motion, this policy will provide a balance and equality between user groups, age groups, programming, events, and other services offered at South Bear Creek and around the community, and is something that a delegation had asked for in regards to fast pitch, not this policy in specific, but as the administration was going through, they realized we did not have a policy for ball diamond priorities. So they crafted this and we approved it at committee, and I encourage council to approve it today.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Comments or questions on this motion? Seeing no one in the queue, I will call the question.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
All right. And that carries unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor Thiessen?
I sure do, Your Awesomeness. A couple of delegations came in that day, one from STARS and one from the Grande Prairie Public Library. We had a little bit of work that we set administration off to do in regards to fixing up our Grande Prairie Library Board bylaw, replacing a member from the MD of Greenview for a member from the county, and that should be coming back to committee at some time soon for review. Also, just a couple events to note this weekend coming up. Hometown Hockey will be in Grande Prairie at the Bonnets Energy Center. Tickets are free. I know council's been invited, but this is my invite to the rest of the community, if you're watching, to come down and enjoy some hometown hockey. There will be a festival, games, fun events, and it's good for the whole family. So come on down. You might even get on TV. Oh yes, the Dave Bar Community Center, speaking of hockey, their rink is now being converted to dryland rental as ball hockey season is commencing and ice hockey season is winding down with the NHL regular season. Also, good news, the heat exchanger at the Eastling Center has been manufactured and is on its way. It might even be here now as we speak and should be put in as soon as possible for the showering enjoyment of all of our Eastling Center customers. And finally, online registration for your spring programs has resumed. Feedback from the community in regards to this registration has been mostly positive, and summer camp program registration is now live. Also, you can check out our stakeholder engagement sessions for the Recreation and Culture Strategy beginning this week as well. Thanks.
Great. Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. Moving along to item 8.4, the Protective and Social Services Committee meeting of March 15th. And I will turn this over to Councillor Thiessen, who was sitting in that day.
I'm pulling Councillor Bosch over here because she sat in for a few meetings for me in the past, and I had the privilege of sitting in for Councillor O'Toole. So with that, I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Protective and Social Services Committee meeting held March 15th, 2022 as presented.
All right, that motion is in order. Seeing nobody in the queue for errors or omissions, I will call the question. Please vote.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, there's one item of business that I see there.
You betcha, Your Worship. And it is in regards to the Collision Reporting Center. And to that, I would move that Council direct administration to seek expanded collision investigation authorities from the Director of Law Enforcement to permit primary responsibility for motor vehicle collisions reporting in the city. So just to speak to this, it's a bit confusing if you're just watching online, but this model would see the responsibility for injury and non-injury traffic incidents that within Grande Prairie shift from the RCMP and into our Bylaw and Enforcement Services peace offices with continued administration support from ASSI. The RCMP would maintain responsibility for any traffic collisions that involve criminal elements or death. Yeah, that's about pretty much it. This would require the City of Grande Prairie to provide a written application to the Director of Law Enforcement. So I strongly encourage everyone to support this. Thank you.
All right. That motion is in order. I'm looking for any comments or questions from council. Seeing none, I will call the question.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
And that carries. Councillor Thiessen, any highlights from that meeting?
Well, I think the Collision Reporting Center was a highlight, and just to further talk about it just a little bit, this is a good thing if we get it going because it'll help us reprioritize our RCMP's duties in and on the streets and take a lot of work off their plate, and hopefully we can get through more filings. It also, I don't believe, would require us to tow any vehicles if we went down this route and we were approved for it. So other than that, yeah, that was the highlight. So thanks so much.
All right, thank you for that. There are no items of correspondence for this meeting as well. We had one delegate, but actually that was for a bylaw, for a development permit. So no delegation business, no notices of motion. Now we will move into our recess. So we'll be back here at 6 o'clock. See you then. 1. Good evening and welcome back to the City Council meeting of March 21st. This is our evening portion of the meeting. Moving first under scheduled delegations, there was none tonight. No unfinished business, so moving straight into public hearing, Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-144. And I will look to Mr. Welton to introduce.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The Planning and Development Department has initiated amendments to the land use bylaw recommended by recent legal advice to address emerging issues regarding development servicing in the annexed portions of the city and to address recent changes to the Municipal Government Act. We don't see these changes as impacting environments, economic, or having any social impact. The changes that we are looking to make is adding a section 15.3 to the land use bylaw. This section is being added to state that where municipal public utility, which is water and sanitary services, is available to a site, the city may require the landowner to connect to the service and disconnect any private services that they have on the site. The wording is also such that the city may require this, but is not obligated to require it, to give the city flexibility where it is warranted. It's being added at the request of the engineering services in accordance with legal advice obtained by administration. And the basis for this is really the city has annexed, huge amounts of land that is unserviced, where there's no water or sanitary services available or economically available for a number of years. Through the annexation and IDP process, we did tell all the landowners in the areas that we annexed that we would allow some level of development opportunity to continue, consistent with what they had when it was in the county. And so, we have situations where somebody owns a quarter section. We allow, I think, up to 3 or 4 lots to be subdivided out of that quarter section. If those lots are unserviceable economically at this time, landowners are allowed to provide on-site water, wells, holding tanks or septic fields for their water and sanitary needs. However, over the course of time, the city will grow into these areas. And so what this amendment does is it says that, once water and sanitary services are available to that site, piped water and sanitary services, the city can require the landowner to disconnect their private services and connect to the municipal service. And there's a few reasons for that. One, I think, and maybe most importantly, is that, if a landowner who has a quarter section subdivides off 3 or 4 lots, does 3 or 4 different developments on that quarter section, and at some point water and sanitary get to that quarter section, if the landowner was not required to connect to municipal pipe services, the costs of providing those services to the rest of the quarter section essentially goes up. And it could potentially go up to the point where that servicing of that quarter section is not financially viable. And so that essentially stops urban growth into that particular area. And if that happens, then any land that's further out also potentially becomes undevelopable because the services are not going through areas where they need to go. And so the, 15.3 is intended to address that. Section 17.1.1 we're proposing to add to the bylaw. Again, this was based on advice that we got from our lawyer. The Municipal Government Act has provisions with respect to when a development permit application is complete, and a lot of things need to be submitted to the municipality when a development permit application is submitted. What the lawyers have recommended that some of these things be considered a prerequisite to the application rather than a part of the application, and that's about the Municipal Government Act has provisions with respect to how long you have I'll back up. Has provisions related to identifying when a development permit application is complete, when you have to notify the surrounding property owners, when you have to make a decision. And so the lawyers have recommended that the provisions in 17.1.1 be identified specifically as prerequisites to an application rather than part of the application, so then they don't form part of the deeming the application to be complete. Really the rest of this is, well, 17.22 or one number, can't remember the number. 17.2 reflects that we get most of our applications electronically now rather than on paper, so we've made a few changes to a couple of these sections as a result. And then the rest of it is just cleaning up the language to be consistent with the changes that we have previously made. Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
All right, thanks, Mr. Welton. I do see you, Councillor Blackmore. I'll get to you in just a second. Now is an opportunity for questions for administration. And I see Councillor Bosch in the queue first.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Mr. Welton. I just have a question to the example or story that you gave that was a possibility. So if someone did, put a well in or their own septic service and the city at some point reached that property, under whose cost is it to put in the city services?
Mr. Welton?
Through the mayor, the cost of getting the services to the site is I think I would say initially bore maybe by Aquaterra, and then Service Connection kind of pays Aquaterra back. If somebody has a lot that is already out there and is serviced, the way this is worded, the applicant or the landowner would be required to pay for the cost of connecting to the service and disconnecting whatever they have from their private. So it would be, the way this is worded, it is at the landowner's expense.
Is that a significant expense for the landowner?
Mr. Welton?
Through the mayor, I can't say I know the answer to that specifically. It would depend on the nature of each individual circumstance. Because, for example, the cost for connecting to Aquaterra would be based on the use, the size of the connection. The size of the connection is based on the use. So a small use, like say, like small residential, country residential or single family, the cost would be not very high because the service connection size is low. A large development would have a much higher cost because the demand for water and sewer is high, and therefore the cost to connect would be higher.
I guess my concern is if somebody purchased this land, if it was subdivided and didn't know this, that maybe it would be 10 years, maybe it'll be 30 years, and in time things get lost as far as the knowledge of what deal you signed. How is it that these people would know that this is on their plate at some point?
I see conditions of subdivision approval and or conditions of development permit approval to identify at some point they may be required to connect to municipal water and sanitary at their cost. So I see these conditions of subdivision and development permits.
Okay, thank you.
I got a full queue, so if we can keep it to one question. Councillor Blackmore, please.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is, will this prevent any current group of people from petitioning so that they don't have to connect to services? I'm thinking specifically of what happened in Brochu Park when they were first annexed into the city and were asked to tie on to sewer and water in the city, and voted against that levy so that they did not have to make that accommodation, which was good for them, but not good for the city or anyone else around them. I'm wondering if this legislation change would prevent that from happening in the future.
Mr. Welton?
Through the mayor, the way the bylaw is written, it would allow the city on a case-by-case basis to decide whether the city thought that it was important for the landowner to connect or not. There will likely be circumstances where it is considered extremely important that the landowner connect to the services, and there might be cases where the city doesn't consider it that important. And so this draft provides that flexibility with respect to, you know, some landowner or group of landowners petitioning to be excluded, this certainly doesn't prevent that, but I don't think anything could prevent that. Thank you.
Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Blackmore, or is that good?
That's probably as good as it's going to get.
Okay. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you. So one comment is I'm familiar with this, and I think it was actually somewhere else here in the Peace Country, and there was a connection fee, and it was a flat rate of about $10,000. I don't know if that's what you're planning, but that was one example that I have heard of in the past. So I guess my question is, when you mention subdivision, there's two different things that come to mind. There is, you know, the family taking about 3 or 4 acres off the home quarter and living there, or does this refer to a subdivision of about 10 or 12 country parcels about 3 acres each or so, or both?
Mr. Welton?
Through the mayor, at this stage, this refers to just like 1 or 2 lots out of the quarter section. The way I guess it's the IDP and the MDP are worded, a landowner right now can do like 3 or 4 lots at most out of a quarter section before they actually have to do area structure plans and outline plans. So once you get beyond 3 or 4 lots, you have to get into the outline plan and area structure plan process. And typically, when you're doing an outline plan, it is because you are creating development dense enough that really requires piped water and sanitary services.
Okay, so subdivision is all encompassing then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lanners.
Yeah, thank you for that. I always get a little bit nervous when I hear the city may choose to do this and they can request, and without kind of established criteria, and it seems like it's kind of a, I don't say willy-nilly, but it seems like it's a kind of a very subjective test. Now, I guess what I want to ensure is that there could be developments that are right on the fringe of the, you know, of the IDP that's, you know, that's going to be not serviced for, you know, 30, 40 years, and we're restricting development on that. Help me, I guess the question would be is, will this necessarily be a condition of subdivision, or will it be something that just drops into a servicing agreement? Because I want to make sure that something like this is appealable.
Mr. Weldon?
Through the mayor, yeah, certainly, you know, if we look at the, you know, the size of the area that we've annexed, certainly, you know, there are areas, say, north of Highway 43 that are, you know, 30, 40, 50, 60 years away from servicing. And, you know, like I said, through the IDP, we have identified that landowners can do, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 lots out of these quarter sections, basically, because that's what the county allowed, and we said that we would provide something similar. With respect to the actual condition, you know, my first sense was like a condition of subdivision or a condition of development permit, which are obviously appealable. A condition of development permit conditions, subdivision are appealable. I'm not, off the top of my head, I can't think of what other mechanism there might be, but certainly those two are both appealable.
Yeah, I know if you just put it in the servicing agreement, you know, then I don't know if you can appeal a servicing agreement. So my question is, well, not supplemental question is, you talked about these lands that are 30, 40, 50 years away. Are there areas right now in the plans, and I haven't paid much attention to them, where it is designed to be full-on large lot, dry serviced lots of almost a complete quarter section, because it's almost inconceivable that they would be serviced in the short term, with provisions, of course, that they could be somehow. But are there plans that there are some areas that are intended to be dry lot subdivisions?
Mr. Welton?
Through the mayor, I'm not aware of anything like that at this time.
Okay.
Councillor O'Toole?
Yeah, thank you very much. I've kind of got a scenario here, and I was just wondering if you could give me what your thoughts are. So back in 1980, I buy a quarter section of land. It's about 3.5 miles out of town. My kids growing up, I give them each 5 acres or whatever to build the houses. The last one was 6 years ago. We put the septic tank in the field, whatever, and got water in a well. How long of notice? Because I'm not tying up the rest of that quarter section. I'm going to keep it for farmland. But would this be just a pipe passing through the property that I would have to tie into? Or water or sewer? Because I don't really want to do anything with my land. It was basically for my family and the heritage.
Mr. Welton?
Through the mayor, I guess I would use your scenario for let's say that quarter section is adjacent to a quarter section where a developer has bought it, is subdividing it, he's servicing it, he's doing everything to make it an urban residential neighborhood, and as he is developing it, the pipe is getting closer and closer and closer to your quarter section. The idea is once the water or the water and sewer, once those pipes get to your quarter section, then the city may require those properties to connect to those water and sanitary services. So that is the scenarios. Is like you might have a quarter section, other people are bringing the pipe closer and closer and closer. And then once it gets to you, then your development may be required to connect. And part of the rationale for that is it's like the cost of that, and it increases the cost if your developed areas are not connected, then it makes it more expensive for the next quarter section, right? Or quite frankly, is how do you if the pipe gets to your lot your quarter and you don't want it going through your quarter, what is the next guy up going to do? Essentially, your ownership might have sterilized the next quarter section from ever being developed if you don't want that line going through your quarter. So that's kind of the rationale for this in the land use bylaw.
What if I allowed the pipe to go through the property, but we don't want to hook onto it?
Mr. Welton?
I guess I would say that this. I guess you could make a case to the city because this is not intended to be a mandatory thing on the city. If the city deems that it's important that your developments connect to it, then this says that the city can require those connections.
Thank you so much for your answers.
Thank you.
Councilor Bressie?
Great, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, that this only kicks in if they apply for a development permit, correct? So if I'm just doing the thing I've always done on my land and a pipe comes up to it, this wouldn't make me hook up to the water. It only makes me hook up to the water if I'm building something new, or I'm applying for a change of use, or I'm applying to do something new with my land. Then I might have to connect with water, but you're not just going to make me one day connect with water while I'm going about my business. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Welton?
I guess I kind of want to say no. So respectfully, the idea is if you had, for example, on a quarter section that was, let's say, most of it's being farmed, but you subdivided off 5 acres and were running a trucking business, and so you had a shop and garages and that sort of thing. So there was on-site water and sewer, and a water and sanitary line were extended up to the property, either through the service provider or because adjacent property owners kind of paid Aquaterra to get the water there, and it became adjacent to your property. If you had a development there, the city could require you to connect to it, notwithstanding that it's already there. So that's basically what this says. Is if your development is existing before the water and sewer line get there, the city could still require you to connect to it.
Oh, okay. So it applies to existing, not just new development.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Welton, I had a couple questions for you. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so I'm just going to jump in here. In your background, you mentioned that from recent legal advice, it's recommended to make these changes, and I understand that the time frame of the MGA required development permit decisions to be made within 40 days. So it forced you to make wording changes. But what legal opinion led to these changes?
I guess through.
And if you think this is a in-camera discussion, I'm happy to go in camera.
Oh, it's fine. When I say legal opinion, legal changes, when we were first dealing with this matter, we had some discussions with our lawyers about what we could do, what we couldn't do, what was sort of best practice. As part of that, the lawyers, they were reviewing sections of our land use bylaw, and they, for example, identified that. How do I describe this? It used to be that the Municipal Government Act said that once a development application is complete, a development authority must make a decision within 40 days. But the issue, I think that a lot of municipalities across the province struggled with was what's considered a complete development application. So MGA made a whole bunch of changes to the act that basically said, these are all the things that relate to what makes a development complete and what you'd have to do beforehand. And then once you deem it complete, basically what your timeframes are. And one of the things that they did when they did this modernized the MGA, they said, the 40 day, once you deem it complete, you have 40 days to make a decision. But if you as a municipality think that you want a different time period, you can identify a different time period in your land use bylaw. And we didn't identify a different time period, but the wording in the land use bylaw reflected what the province said was this decision period. And so that's what we had in our bylaw. And then when the lawyer was reviewing this, or some of the other stuff, they came back and said, oh, by the way, the province changed that back. And so you got a bunch of stuff in your bylaw that doesn't meet the act anymore because the province changed it back to the old wording. And so when I refer to some of the legal advice about this notice, about the 40-day period, we are fixing the wording because the province changed the act back, and I don't know what notification they gave municipalities when they were making these changes, but it wasn't until the lawyer reviewed that they said, yeah, some of your stuff here doesn't comply with the act anymore, so you have to change it. So that's kind of what the rest of this does.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up because my queue is filling up again. That's one part of it, but saying that developments, if a development is gone past an existing development and that we may get someone to connect, that's nothing to do. You're just doing this at the same time.
Yes, through the mayor. We are doing this at the same time. The original impetus for the discussions with internally and with the lawyers was about this
timing, the 40 days
thing,
and the electronic documents.
Yes, yeah, and yeah. Once we sort of dove into that with the lawyer, a number of other sort of secondary but necessary changes were identified. So we're fixing those things at the same time.
Okay, but that's my point. These changes that you're suggesting are, in your opinion, necessary, but they're not legally necessary. We're still following the MGA if we don't put this in.
A few of them, well, at least one or two are. How do you describe it? I would have to go back to sort of some of the background on that we got from the lawyers about where the lawyer said this doesn't comply with the bylaw or with the MGA anymore, but some of this we are fixing because the lawyers have specifically said this does not comply with the MGA.
Sure.
The reference to this connection to services out in the annexed area, that is not. We're not doing that because it's inconsistent with the MGA.
Okay, I have a few more questions, but I'll let others go. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you. So, again, I am familiar that in another area not too far from here, if I'm correct, it is mandatory and it is a flat $10,000 fee, and everybody's familiar with that, and I'm okay with that. what's a gray area? What's my concern is you've talked about possibly different fees, or again, you're saying, but if not everybody signs up, it'll be more for the next guy. I'm quite concerned for the next guy that it won't be $10,000. And a water line can't be cheap. So are we talking hundreds of thousands of dollars? There's a gray area in here that has me concerned around that.
Mr. Welton?
Through the mayor, I guess regarding that, I don't know what exactly what information I can give you. Obviously, Aquaterra is our water and sanitary service provider. They have a fee schedule that's related to, or that's based on connection, the size of connections, and I would imagine that that's what they would use for as connection fees for anybody tying into these systems in the future. And I really I don't know if there's any more certainty than that built into the system.
Okay, but there is a structure already in place through Aquaterra for a certain connection charge.
I would expect that the Aquaterra's connection fees is what would apply.
Okay, so they're paying the connection fee as opposed to the whole pipeline. Thank you.
So I'm just going to jump in because I have a question for Director Glavin or Mr. Welton that may help clarify this. There are other examples in the county, for example, along the correction line, where there was development where they were on their own independent water and sewer. Aquaterra, with the county, worked in putting in a connection that went right by it, and the residents had an opportunity to connect. Many of them chose not to. And now it still sits like that. Is that correct, Mr. Welton or Director Glavin?
Thank you, Chair or Mayor Clayton. I'm not 100% familiar if what the current status is of any of the connections are on there. Ultimately, with this, as was previously pointed out, it is may, not shall connect. And I don't see a scenario in place where we would force someone connect who doesn't need to. And to one of the examples of, if you let a water line pass through your property and you weren't obstructing adjacent development, I don't think we would likely not have a concern with that. However, if council wishes to have a little bit more context around this particular scenario, I would suggest we could postpone the public hearing and bring back some additional information that would bring council some comfort on some of these questions you have around certainty and whether or not people would be forced to connect or not. I think we can make that a little bit more absolute for everybody to provide more certainty.
Thanks for that. Councillor Lerners.
Yeah, and I guess that was going to be my thoughts right out on that. I'm nervous when Councillor Bressley said, if you got a pipeline that's going by Sally's sewer service, that you're going to force her to tie in, and I'm not sure how you would do that. What's the legal mechanism around that, and does she have an ability to appeal that? And so I do like the idea of saying it's there, and this is how much it's going to cost if you want to tie in. You can hook up, and I'd like some clarity around that. I still think, I don't know if this is there yet, so I think it should go back for some more time in the oven.
Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I'm with the other councillors as of late on the same thing here. To me, it feels like an analogy of you're buying furniture and you don't pay payments or interest till 2 years from now, and then so many people get caught in the fact that, I don't have the money for it. So the time and the awareness piece and the time to pay in the end is what a concern is for me. So I guess my question is, if Aquaterra or the city or the developer was going to put water services through anyway, if there was no homestead there or acreage there, why would it be under the cost of the acreage owner? If that acreage owner wasn't there anyway, they'd still be putting in those costs to go through, if that makes sense.
The mayor, I think if you had an unsubdivided quarter section that was just being farmed and had no improvements on it, and Aquaterra came and said, can we put a water line through your quarter section, and there was nothing to connect to on your quarter, then there would be no cost to you until you actually built something that needed to connect to the water. Thank you.
But so what if there was something there? Aquaterra still needs to go through, either one way or another. They still need to go through that property. So I guess that's what I'm asking. And then I do know when you're looking at power or gas, the further you go, the more it costs. So of course those costs would increase to the landowner, right? So I don't know. Is there such a thing that you have limits? You pay this much from 200 meters to 600 meters, and you pay so much from 600 meters to 800 or something like that. Like, I just worry about people incurring costs that will be overwhelming in the future.
So I'm happy to take that, Mr. Welton, but I mean, those are Aquaterra questions, and I don't know, Mr. Welton, if you have that information readily available.
I certainly don't have all of that information available with respect to power and gas. I mean, obviously, one of the situations would say how gas is that if gas is at point A and you want to get it 3 miles to something, then you pay the full shot, which is why it's more expensive. In the same would apply to water. If water is 3 miles away from your quarter section and you wanted water, you would probably Aquaterra might require you to front all of that cost.
Right. That was an example. I guess it goes back to if they're forced to or they have that choice. So.
Sure. Okay. So I'm going to go to Councillor O'Connor, and then I'm back to Councillor Blackmore.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I think there are two different issues here. One of them is that there is some MGA parts that need to be corrected in this particular policy. And the other point is, I really think this has to be thought back, and it should go back to the table. So I'm not sure if you can do one without the other, but I think there needs to be some of the things like electronic and what access is and how it does. I think you need to clear that up. And can you do that now?
Mr. Welton?
Through the mayor, I think that it is probably better for us to go away and come back with this being split into 2 separate bylaws rather than to try and kind of jerry-rig something now. I think we'll split this into 2 bylaws and bring them both back. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that would be advisable. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor Blackmore, and then I'll look to Councillor Bressie.
I think that what our staff is doing is trying to find a workaround for groups of people who petition against local improvement levies so that they don't happen, which often can hold up development in various areas. And I can understand why that would be something that our people would like to see happen. However, given where this conversation is going right now, so I think it's going to get sent back to administration to have another look at. I think they need to be more clear about what it is they're trying to accomplish with the people may or may not be asked to do something. So I'm happy to see it go back. In fact, I would be unhappy if it didn't go back.
Great, thanks for that. Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. Similar feelings to others expressed. I want to get in similar to what Councillor O'Connor was saying, but just a suggestion for process is, couldn't we just amend it to strike section 1A on second reading of the bylaw? That way the section that we seem concerned about comes back to us, but we can still pass the rest without having to have a public hearing for things that truly are just housekeeping. So that'd be my suggestion for process.
Give me a second, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah.
Of course. So yeah, my suggestion is on second reading, just make it an amending motion to strike 1A.
I'll ask Mr. Welton or Director Glavin if there's a preference.
Through the mayor, I think that if we brought back the rest of the stuff, it would be unchanged. So certainly, if you want to follow Councillor Bressy's suggestion of just striking 1A, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just following along with the conversation, a lot of my questions were asked, so I was in and out of queue. But the one thing that I'd like, because it sounds like we're probably going to pass this and then strike 1A and come back for conversation. I guess for me, cost certainty has to be something there, and maybe that requires Aquaterra or a conversation with Aquaterra. What's the cost of servicing lines? How far back? And maybe the potential of when we may or may not require the landowner to make that connection fee. I was just on Aquaterra's site on connections, and they just give you a quote, but they don't tell you what the quote is. They just say that they'll figure out how long the line is, how big the line is, and then they'll get back to the landowner with a quote. So for me, cost certainty means a lot, because I think Councillor Bosch was making a great point when she said, if this land doesn't develop or we don't require connection for 15 or 20 years down the road, no one in our administration, council, or in the general public is going to remember that that agreement exists, and we may end up having more requests to waive the fees rather than go through with the fees. So we need to have that cost certainty, especially if we require, because to the individual homeowner who may just be forced to hook up to the connection, it could be thousands of dollars. And without knowing that, I don't feel comfortable approving this. So.
Councillor Lerners.
Yeah, I'll just add, I've done enough servicing to know that request is very, very difficult, because you don't know if you got to cross a creek or go across a thing or swamp, or if it's going to be 5 or 10 or 20, or what the rate of inflation is, and how do you predict the cost of servicing something 10, 20, 30. I wouldn't put that curse on our city administration. So I don't think I would support that. But I do want to switch gears a little bit, and that's why I'm not necessarily in favor of Councillor Bressy's motion, because I think one thing I have found over the years, I understand that you have to make a decision within 40 days of a development deemed complete, but often I've seen, strategies where they'll just, if they don't like something, they just leave it on someone's desk until it's absolutely perfect, and they'll just say it's not deemed complete. So if I had my druthers, like a deemed refusal, if you don't make a decision with a certain day, I would like to have something in here that says, to balance it, to say that city administration has 30 days, I'll just pull that number out of the air, to notify the applicant that the application is complete or incomplete. And if incomplete, here are the things that you need to do to make them complete. That I think is a fair process, and it keeps the process moving. And I'm sure we all have good wills and good intentions at this time, but I've seen that ploy used several times, and I think that would be something that we could do to say, hey, we're fair about this. We want to move it along, and we will give you a response back. And so I would like to see some terminology in that wording regarding the approvals and permit decisions and those kinds of things.
So to my knowledge, where we're at right now is we're in the introduction by administration portion. We will continue on through the presentation and submissions. And at that time, I'll close the public hearing, and then we'll look to business arising. If people are looking to do amendments and remove sections, it's my understanding that those sections will come back with additional information and discussion later. Right, Mr. Welton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Everyone's good? Okay, so I'm going to move on. I see no other questions for administration. I'm moving to the presentation. I will ask if there's anyone online. There's no one in the chambers here to speak in support of this presentation. I will ask a second time if there's anyone here this evening to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. And a third time, if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. And seeing no one, I will now ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition. A second time, if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment. And third time, seeing no one online and no one in the chambers. Last call, if you are here to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment. I will now close the public hearing, look to business arising, recognize Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I didn't ask a question a minute ago because I was going through the MGA, seeing if I could find it myself, but I think I've still got the right to ask a question after we've taken public input. Am I remembering our procedure by law correctly?
Yes.
So then just going back to what Councillor Lahners just asked, is there anything in the MGA that does require us to give that kind of circle back to the applicant if their application is complete? I hear Councillor Lahners' concern. I just don't want to hold up this bylaw if there's already something in the MGA that we should be aware of.
Mr. Welton?
Through the mayor, I don't recall the specific section of the MGA, but when the MGA was modernized a few years ago, they added significantly in that very area to basically to require municipalities when they receive an application to either deem it complete or to say to the applicant, this is what you need to provide that you haven't provided to make it complete. And then once it's deemed complete, then there's like you have to make a decision within 40 days. And if you don't make a decision within 40 days, it's deemed to be refused, and therefore basically can go to the appeal board. So without remembering any of the specifics, the MGA added a whole bunch of stuff that obligated the city to, or every municipality, to basically make very specific and concrete steps about when an application is submitted, that it is reviewed. You have a certain amount of time that you have to go back to the applicant and say, either we deem this complete or this information is required to make it complete. And so the city has the MGA identifies very specific steps that municipalities have to follow now so that situations arise, or situations the way Councillor Lahners described don't arise, where you just sit on something forever and then say, well, it's not complete. That's the I think that's what the municipality heard when it did the MGA review, is municipalities aren't allowed to get away with that kind of thing if they ever did. And so there's a whole bunch of that in the Act. Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Thiessen.
Very much, Mayor Clayton. Dan, I just want to ask in regards to the stakeholder engagement. So we sent out to build into UDI, but in the annex areas, that is largely going to affect property owners who are currently owning and holding properties and may have to connect to these services. It says here that because the amendment is not site-specific, the notice did not include signs or letters to property owners. But to me, that completely impacts people in our annex service area that we're going to see developed over time. And if there's one homeowner that maybe just wants to connect to the line or is forced to at some point, don't you think that they should have the right to know that this is coming down the pipe for them, maybe 2 years or 20 years or 50 years down the road?
Mr. Welton.
Through the mayor, I guess my vision of this is that the timeframes for this being applied to specific landowners is potentially decades away, and any consultation, any notification with existing landowners, you get the landowners today, but they may forget in a year or two, and land changes hands for lots of different reasons. And so, if 20, 30, 40 years pass before this applies to some particular quarter section, sending notification out now really, I don't consider that like an effective thing now to address something that may not happen for 20, 30, or 40 years. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. May I have a follow-up?
Could we get a motion on the table and get through first reading, and then we'll get to second reading, and then we'll have discussions based on the motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion then. I motion to postpone for further information.
Okay, so that motion is in order. I'm just going to check with Legislative Services. Do we need a time frame? Okay. So it would be a future public hearing. Okay, so that's Councillor Thiessen's motion. Discussion or debate on that motion. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. I'll be voting no. I prefer what I suggested earlier, just for the reason that there is a lot of stuff that here in this truly is housekeeping. I don't see the need to go through the process of writing a second bylaw and having a second hearing on things which truly are housekeeping. That's one reason I'll be voting no. The second reason is because I don't think this motion gives enough specific direction of where we want to go and what we want to talk about. Number of us have shared concern about one section of this bylaw. We've had one colleague share concern about another section of this bylaw. So I think it's neater to strike the parts of this bylaw that council actually wants to strike. So we're giving a clear vision of what do we agree with, what do we disagree with. So I think we should be amending this bylaw rather than just postponing it.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I guess my question is to Director Glavin and Mr. Welton. Do you have a clear view of what we seem to want as an entire council at this point?
Mr. Welton, Director Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We've certainly been taking a number of notes. I would suggest that it is always useful for us to have a motion that does give clear direction so there's not misinterpretation on our end.
So you need a motion that's clearer than what we have on the table right now.
Well, that's a completely different motion. That's postponing. Yeah. Councillor Lerners.
Yeah, I think I'll support the motion. I don't only, I think it's pretty clear what we're trying to ask. And look at that first one, make sure it's, appealable. I don't think we need to apply two bylaws amendments to the same bylaw in two different separate meetings. I think we just do it in one and get it done next time. It'll all be right, and we'll call her a day, and we'll only do it once.
So I see no one else in the queue. Councillor Thiessen to close.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I think Councillor Bressie makes a good point, but I don't know if we need to be absolutely clear on this. A postponement is a postponement, and there's been lots of robust discussion around the table here, especially around Section 1A, as Councillor Bressie pointed out earlier. I have other concerns too, but I also need to think it out. So I don't want to just scrap the whole bylaw, because I don't want to come back in 6 months and go, oh, you know what? I see this again, and now I see it differently. I really want to fully understand this and the impact that it's going to have on our current landowners, our future landowners, and our real estate agents, because I think they should all be made abreast and aware of these changes if and when they do happen. And I know for me, I just feel more comfortable passing a bylaw as a whole rather than part and parcel. So for all those reasons, I encourage council to support this, and I don't think it's creating extra work or extra time. And as administration said, they've gotten the message so far. So thank you.
Thanks for that. Close, Councillor Thiessen. I'll call the question. Please vote.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
And that is carried 8-1. So that will come back to a future public hearing. Now we'll move on to item 15.2, Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-126145. Just give me 1 second here. And I will call this public hearing to order. Look for introduction by administration. Mr. Welton.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Oops, grab the wrong file here. The Planning and Development Department has initiated an amendment to the land use bylaw. I can get our IT person to call that up. Thank you. We've initiated an amendment to the matter to land use bylaw addressing a matter of traffic safety for vehicles and pedestrians. that exit onto from commercial industrial sites, particularly onto arterial roads. The land use bylaw contains provisions for creating and maintaining corner visibility triangles at intersections, so that when there's an intersection of two roads, there's a visibility triangle where nothing is supposed to be located within that triangle, or certainly above a certain height, so that you can see traffic coming, and vehicles can make turning movements within intersections without being having their sight lines restricted. What our land use bylaw does not include, and our engineering services department has requested that we review this and look to put something in the bylaw, is that when properties have direct access onto arterial roads. Now, there's not a lot of them in the city. I guess a couple examples I will use, though, are, say, the Canadian Tire site has direct access onto 116th Street. And say, I think the Fresh Coast site has direct access onto 92nd Street. So those are a couple examples where we have commercial or industrial sites that have direct access onto an arterial road. And the land use bylaw is currently silent on, ensuring that traffic, that there is a traffic site triangle that is created and maintained, so that if a vehicle is exiting one of these commercial sites or industrial sites onto an arterial road, that that nothing has been developed on the property that prevents safe movements of traffic, so that they don't hit other vehicles or don't hit pedestrians, because development has encroached into these traffic site triangles. So we reviewed this, and we are proposing that this definition with this drawing be added to the land use bylaw, and then in section 77.4, some additional wording that kind of describes the application of this site triangle as it, this exit safety triangle as it applies on, like I said, primarily industrial and commercial sites. It's, I think, the city's goal to minimize direct access onto arterial roads. Generally, access from sites is onto locals or collector roads. We do have a few circumstances in the city where these do exist, and so this is proposed to be added to enhance and maintain vehicle and pedestrian traffic when sites have access onto arterial roads. We did circulate this to UDI and Build Grande Prairie, and we didn't hear any objection from them. Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions for administration, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So my question right now is, in a practical, real-world sense, are there signs in some of these places that are causing traffic and sightline issues?
Through the mayor, it's not so much. It isn't necessarily signs, although signs is an element, because potentially a landowner might put a portable sign within one of these triangles, and the height of a portable sign is such that it does create a visual barrier. So this is intended to address that sort of thing. Potentially the setback requirements for a in a commercial or industrial district might allow development that goes close to or within one of these triangles. And so the idea is that this stops somebody from putting a portable sign or putting up a building that blocks the view of a vehicle exiting onto the arterial road. Thank you.
Okay, so I was understanding that it was driveways, but you just mentioned buildings as well.
Well, the illustration here shows a driveway, and the idea is that you can't, and then there's there's I guess a couple arrows pointed to the exit safety triangles here and here. The idea is that nothing can be built in either one of these little triangles, because those triangles create the traffic sight lines when you're exiting the site. And so the idea behind this is to ensure that no buildings, no portable signs, nothing gets built in there that restricts those sight lines.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, this is great. I'm really liking that this is coming forward. I actually thought that we already had this in place for engineering traffic safety and stuff like that, but it's good to know that we're catching up to that. My question is for pre-existing properties. Some may have already like put up trees or shrubs or something in this pre-existing exit safety triangle. Are we aware of those properties? Would we consider grandfathering, or would we, at our expense or the landowner's expense, make them remove things from these safety triangles?
Mr. Welton?
Through the mayor, that it really hasn't come up. Certainly if something like this generally applies on a go-forward basis, if there is a particularly egregious situation where the city has identified an unsafe situation on a site, I think administration working with the landowner to correct that is probably the best approach, even though it's an existing thing. But this is generally a going forward type of regulation. Thank you.
And I really like it going forward. Just a question though, we're not aware of any properties that currently would contradict this bylaw if passed today?
One of the, without naming names, a large commercial development currently being built on 92nd Street might be inconsistent with this, and which might have been what was the impetus for basically this amendment as a going forward item to the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, I just need some clarity. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just need some clarity. You're talking at intersection. Are you assuming if I'm leaving my commercial site, that's an intersection from my own driveway?
Mr. Welton?
Thank you. Through the chair, if you are leaving your commercial site and you are accessing directly onto an arterial road, so there's very few arterial roads in the city. Obviously, just it's the main four-lane divided roads. This would apply to that, but this is like a driveway from a commercial property directly onto a road, onto a public road. We do have provisions in the land use bylaw where it is like intersections of two roads, like two public roads. But this is kind of creates almost like an intersection between a private driveway and an arterial road. So that's kind of where this would apply. Thank you.
Can I request that the slide be put back up, please, of that?
Sure. Can you just put this
particular property?
Welton? Thanks.
Yes. So I'm driving my vehicle. I come and I drive across the sidewalk. That's when I think I would be looking both ways, not from back there. So I have a problem with this, where it's coming from, and I won't support this.
Okay, thank you for that. Now just still looking for questions for administration. Mr. Welton, I don't see anyone else in the queue. I had one question for you. On that diagram, does it change at all if it's only a right out? This looks to me like the person could turn right in and right out. Does the traffic safety, exit safety triangle change if it was only a right out?
It is not intended to change if it's only a right out. Obviously, the vehicle movements are, on the arterial road are the same regardless.
Mm-hmm.
If you're exiting, even if you're turning right, you need to be able to see. I guess you'd need to be able to see everything coming from the left. But the other element of this basically is pedestrians on the sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is that even if the vehicles are only coming from one direction, the pedestrians that are on the sidewalk kind of want it. The idea is to create the sight triangle so the pedestrians can see the vehicles coming out as well.
Okay, thanks. I see no further questions for administration, so I am going to look for move to presentation and submissions portion of the meeting. I will ask 3 times if there's anyone here to speak in support of this submission. If so, please come forward. There's no one here in the chambers, but I'll ask online if there's anyone here to join us. A second time, if you're here to speak in support of this submission, please turn your camera on and let us know. And a third time, opportunity to speak in support of this submission, the land use bylaw amendment. Seeing none, I will now ask if there's anyone to speak in opposition of this. I'll get to you, Councillor Lerners. To speak in opposition of this submission. A second time, if there's anyone here or online to speak in opposition to this submission. And a third time, an opportunity for you to speak in opposition of this land use bylaw amendment. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and move to business arising. Recognize Councillor Lerners.
Yeah, I think this is the time where I would make a motion to, I'd like to council give first reading to bylaw C 1260-145 being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thank you. So no debate or discussion on first reading. I'll call the question. Please vote. Councillor Blackmore, how do you vote?
Vote in favor.
Thank you. And that carries 8-1. All right. Councillor Lerners.
Yeah, I'd like to also have council, I make a motion that council give second reading to bylaw C 1260-145.
Perfect. So this is an opportunity for discussion and debate at second reading.
Well, the engineer in me says it's awesome, so good job.
Way to jump the queue, but that's all right. Councillor Thiessen.
That's all right. I was just going to say that the engineer in John Laners thinks it's awesome, so it's pretty good. I'm fairly confident I know which property. There's two of them that I'm kind of delineating in my head. I think this is a good event that sort of triggered some good forward thinking from our administration and planning department to keep our streets and pedestrian access safe, especially when pulling out of large strip mall areas and stuff like that, commercially or industrially. So thank you very much for the work that you do on this, Mr. Weltman. I look forward to approving this in a few minutes.
All right, discussion or debate on the motion. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. No, I totally agree with this. This is a great design. You know, the sidewalk there's mums and dads walking with their children with bikes, and we can pull back and have a bigger sight line. That's a positive thing, and I got no negatives on this at all. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further comments or questions, I'll call the question on second reading.
Councillor Blackmore votes in favor.
Thank you for that. And this carries unanimously. Councillor Lerners.
Yeah, I would move that the council have third reading of bylaw C 1260-145 at this meeting.
Perfect. So this is a motion to have third reading here tonight at this meeting. It must pass unanimously. In order for us to have third reading, I will call the question. Please vote.
Blackmore in favor.
That too passes. Councillor Lerners.
Yeah. I'd like to move that council give third reading to bylaw C 1260-145 being an amendment to this land use bylaw.
All right, that motion is in order. This is a motion to give third reading here, or this is third reading, my apologies. I'll call the question.
Blackmore in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Welton. Moving on to item number 16, delegation business. There was no delegates here tonight. And so council member reports. I'll start with Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Your Awesomeness. You really like me. You like me. You really, really like me. I like this. I get to go first. So that means I get to tell everybody of all the events that I went to, and then they're stuck with saying they did nothing.
Or you could be a team player and just go through a few.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I said to Councillor Bosch earlier. So yeah, just a couple things. I think most of the community is aware. Just in the Grande Prairie Storm Board, I keep missing all these meetings because they're on committee, but I did put in a request for them to switch it to Wednesdays or Thursdays. So hopefully I have more updates. The only update that I have right now is already in the public eye, is that we relieved Coach Mike Vandenkamp of his duties for this, and we wish him all the well because he's a great coach, and I'm sure he's going to do good for another hockey team going forward in the future. Also did a meeting of the CAB. I'd like to say that we got a lot of stuff done, but we had a new person in place of the retired Catherine Schmidt, and I think he was just sort of feeling his way in, but I think he did a great job in running and organizing the meeting, and can't wait till he starts running full speed, because then I know we're going to be doing lots of good stuff in advising which housing we're going to be doing. And then for events, I'm just going to highlight 3 quickly. I, with several members of council, went to the public art gallery, or the Grande Prairie Art Gallery, to see the exhibition preview of a 3D world, which was a whole new world for me in dissecting different parts of the human brain and the human body and the impacts of social media and electronic stimuli inside of that. So it was nice walking through the brain and going through the heart and dissecting different body parts. And anybody who wants to have a new experience, you should go check out this virtual reality exhibit currently at the Prairie Art Gallery. March 12th, I got to see 2 years of hard work of the Nighthawk board come to fruition with the ribbon cutting of the Summit T-Bar chairlift. Well, not chairlift, the T-bar lift, which are getting kids back up and running on the hill again, which is a great thing to be a part of. I was there with Mayor Clayton and several other members of council, and it was glorious. And finally, this past weekend, I had the excellent opportunity to host my first event in over 2 years as an MC. This is all due to COVID, not because I'm a bad MC, but this was 2 years in the making. I got booked 2 years ago to do the Tiny Hands of Hope Gala fundraiser for their Hope Gardens Park, of which they're trying to raise enough money to have that park in Muscote put together beautifully just beneath our recently opened Grande Prairie Regional Hospital. It was a sold-out event, and we made, by the end of the night, close to $45,000 towards the goal, which is really, really excellent. And it also featured a presentation by the man that could be in 2 places at one time, Councillor Grant Berg, who did a video dedication of the art installation that he is currently creating on what is known as the Palladian Star System, aka the Seven Sisters, aka the Little Dipper, that will be featured prominently at this park. So thank you to Grant for being in 2 places at one time. It was nice to give you the props there, and I was nothing but happy for the success of the Tiny Hands Hope Gala this year, and I wish them more future continued success. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that. I'm going to go to Councillor Bosch next, please.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm just going to speak of one that I forgot to last time, and this is a tag team board that Councillor Bressie and I are on. It's the Youth Advisory Council, and we need to give them a shout out. And you know, this is a group of young adults that are super gung-ho on doing their part for the community. So they've done a lot of things right now, just getting to know our community, perhaps some things that they haven't done in the past, you know, like Try It Day, glow tubing, things like that. But they're also involved in the International Day of Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which is great to see. That's this week. And then May 1st to 7th will be Youth Week and Youth Engagement Awards. So I'd like to thank Councillor Bressie. When we were at the meeting, he, one of us had to get it, so he did it. Gave a synopsis of you know, fun facts, or maybe just facts, of what the city is, so, and how we run, and you know, how much money we have and don't have, and who has more money than we do. So that was really good. So thank you, Councillor Bressie, for that. And I'll just touch on a couple things that I'm on the boards for where others aren't. So just to give you some information, on March 8th, I went to the local Immigration Lifelong Learning Council. And that was my first meeting with them. Really, really great group of people with whole different perspectives getting together. They were talking about the mentorship program that's on its way through a grant, so that's great to see. There was questioning towards this council by members of that board, ways to reduce racial divides in our community and, increase inclusivity for our newcomers. So I think that is something that our entire council and administration would eagerly look into. We did talk about things that are happening in globally right now and could potentially come to Grande Prairie. And one of those things was the Ukrainian immigrants perhaps. And, do we have any kind of plan or any knowledge of what that looks like for us? So we don't. So we're going to look into it. So, which is really good. It just gives you a focus of perhaps being a little proactive instead of reactive. Talking about medical services, mental health services, food security, employment, labor shortages. We don't have numbers to that point in this area. So all of these things are things that we're going to work towards, and you can only build from there. So I think we have a long way to go in this inclusion piece that we all want to build. And so that was a great meeting to attend. The next one, March 10th, the Grande Prairie Regional Recreational Committee. Quite honestly, we're just super looking forward to what this survey has to tell us here in the near future. The Recreation and Culture Survey that went out to most homes or, pushed out by a lot of people. That was due March 18th, although I did see a post today where people could still do that survey, so hopefully those went in as well. We did talk about, there was a presentation from Sport Connection and the use of gyms for volleyball. And 90% of our gyms are used by volleyball players, and there isn't enough of them. That was basically what came out of that presentation is we need more gyms and we need more areas for these kids to play, and sport tourism, of course, right? And then a motion was set in place to gather more information on our capacity and what we have in the region, tie that into this survey. We should come up with some great information here in short order. And the last one I'll talk about is the Sport Connection Board. That was March 15th, and I just got some concrete numbers about Try It Day. They were about half of what they had pre-COVID, but they only had about half of the facilities to use as well. So I don't think it's not there and people won't attend. It's just we're just building back up at the moment. And then the rest of it was basically on our Northwest Alberta Sport Excellence Awards, which was on March 18th that several councillors and the mayor were at. And so they were working on that. And that was a great event as well. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Locally, I was lacking a little bit this time around. A number of us spent a few days at the Alberta Municipality Spring Caucus, so thank you for all members of council that came to that. And then Mayor Clayton, Kevin O'Toole, and I spent the next week a few days at the Rural Municipalities Association Conference. It's always great getting to know other municipal colleagues from across the province, learn from them. Of course, I think the most important part of those times, though, is talk to MLAs, talk to ministers, making sure that they know about Grande Prairie. So it was a tiring couple weeks, but a really good couple weeks. One thing local I did get to do was visit the Men's Shed. And the Men's Shed is a new thing that's opened up in partnership with the Suicide Prevention Resource Center. And it's a program for men where they can come and they can do some woodworking together, but it's not really about building things. Really, it's about men being shoulder to shoulder, building friendships, having a place where mental health is encouraged. It's largely a preventative program, and I think it's a really important one. I think we've got some lonely men in this community and in every community, and sometimes they're struggling to find places to connect, and I think Men's Shed is a good place for them. It's only been going for a couple weeks, but already they've got men from 16 years old to 84 years old who are regular attenders. They've got some men who are very interested in building things and some who really are just coming for the coffee. They've got some that are very good at building things and some who seem to have never touched a tool in their lives. So they seem to have a really good variety of people there, and I wish them luck, and I hope that it's something that takes off and continues to thrive in our community, because I think it's an important need.
Great, thanks for that. Councillor Laners.
Yeah, I don't know if I do any good at that mensch. I'd have my fingers look like Councillor O'Connor's in no time flat there. But anyway, I won't dwell on too many things. I did go to AM and Alberta municipalities and thought that was good for us new councillors. It's always good to kind of get up to speed on everything and try and figure out how everything goes. So really appreciated how that worked. Did have an opportunity on the weekend to go to Big Brothers and Big Sisters. And Councillor Berg, again, as you mentioned, was doing the MC. If you get a chance, maybe he'll show off his very bright lime green shirt. It kind of reminds you if you're driving down the highway and you hit a big bug. That's what it looked like. So if you get a chance, maybe he'll show it to you. And then finally, hometown hockey this weekend, right down my alley, and Mayor Clayton won't be there, so I will try not to embarrass ourselves. But we've got a great history in this town. I'm on the GP Lensage, so I'm excited to talk a little bit about that if we can, and celebrate our storm and all the wonderful support and volunteers that we have in our community. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you very much. Don't want to let you miss that. Just want to say we attended the Mayor Clayton, sorry, my apologies. Women of Influence Awards was very good, and congratulations to all the ladies. Went to the stand-up with Ukraine fundraiser, which was tremendous, and I never did hear how much money they raised, but it'd be interesting to hear that. Arlen, Director Miller and I attended the mid-sized libraries orientation, and that went very well. Changed our whole view of mid-sized libraries. And then the RCMP annual performance plan, that went very good. I was very impressed. And attended the Northwest Alberta Sports Excellence Awards, and congratulations to fellow councillor for a developer for disc golf, Councillor Bressy. And that's all I have. So congratulations, buddy.
Thanks for that. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I did attend, as well as many others, the Arlette Memorial Award and the Downtowner of the Year. I cannot remember the lady, the business, the accounting business that got the Arlette, but Alex Hussein got the Downtowner of the Year award. Station 97. Yeah. As well, the Alberta municipalities, it was a great event for me. I got to spend a lot of time with some MLAs as well as the RMA, and Rick McIver, he's Municipal Affairs, Jason Lewan, Community and Social Services, Rebecca Schultz, Children's Services, Tyler Shandro, Minister of Justice and Solicitor General, and Mohammed Diansin, Associate Minister of Immigration and Multiculturalism. As well as I met with Deputy Commissioner Curtis Sabaki, bent his ear for 20 minutes and tried to keep one of our guys I wanted to get him be placed as officer in charge in Grande Prairie. And we're working on it. And just one more I want to bring up is the, Mayor Clayton and myself and Dylan Bressy, we were on a Zoom call from Edmonton to Grande Prairie. I was running the camera, Dylan was talking, and Jackie was talking as well as mine. We did the annual RCMP performance and the Municipal Policing Advisory Committee. So we were working really hard, zooming and driving at the same time. And with that, that's my report. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Blackmore.
So I have just a couple things. I was at Alberta Municipalities Caucus as well. I felt that there was some really good discussion around provincial policing and around provincial EMS services. I attended the Nighthawk T-Bar opening, and congratulations to the staff and board there who've worked so hard to bring the hill back up to speed, doing the best they can amidst, that bad landslide. And another thing that happened was most of council actually met with the Grande Prairie Catholic School trustees and staff to talk about what's happening with Catholic schools in Grande Prairie and some of their concerns, some of our concerns. So that was a nice, friendly discussion. And then I left town for warmer climates, and I think it's very interesting that even though I am out of the country, I am not out of connection. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Pat and clean up again. My big one, I thought this was wonderful. My first time giving greetings on behalf of the city. It was the Spirit Seekers Youth Conference. And being somebody that is Indigenous in the beautifully designed Indigenous building of Grande Prairie Regional College to the largely Indigenous audience, it was very meaningful. So that was a wonderful thing to give my first greetings from the city for. As mentioned, I've designed a sculpture for the Tiny Hands of Hope. The one constellation name that Councillor Thiessen did not include, probably left it on the table for me, is Indigenous peoples called it the Hole in the Sky. And so that's what the name of the sculpture will be. But if you look up to the stars, again, Little Dipper, Seven Sisters, or Pleiades is the sculpture, and I'm looking forward to having that up. And then, of course, I MC the Big Brothers and Big Sisters Ultimate Escape. It was wonderful for the first time in 2 years to have a wonderful event like that. As Councillor Laners pointed out, I was wearing a lime green shirt. I was trying to do my best Miami Vice wardrobe, but unfortunately, I tried finding a white suit anywhere in Grande Prairie, and I'm assuming due to popular demand that the city was entirely sold out. You got one. You're a little taller than I am, though. Yes, I am. Yep. And speaking of wide, thank you to Councillor O'Toole and Laners for being such good sports and the butt of a few jokes. So that's my report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. I've taken off a bunch of items off my list, so I got a few left. I had an opportunity to attend the Northwest Polytechnic pipe ceremony, which was, I hadn't personally experienced a pipe ceremony before in person, so it was a great opportunity. It was the day prior to the official rebrand launch and ceremony. With that official ceremony came two major announcements, which are great news for our region. Through support of $1 million from ARC Resources, Grande Prairie Northwestern Polytechnic will now offer engineering in partnership with U of A, with the first year of engineering being right here in Grande Prairie. So that's great news. Yeah, absolutely, that's great news. The second announcement being in partnership with Spartan Controls. They will be training instrumentation techs right in the shop in Grande Prairie. So two big announcements, great news, and a great rebrand. So congratulations to all those involved from Northwestern Polytechnic. I had an opportunity to have a meeting with CEO Frank Meyer. He's the CEO of Treaty 8. We talked about upcoming and potential economic development opportunities for this region. It was a very good conversation. I learned a lot and look forward to further conversations as they build some of their opportunities to fruition. Also, on behalf of the city, I attended the County of Grande Prairie Farm Family Celebration, and this year's winners were the Vabrick family out of the Sexsmith area. So not only being, pioneers in farming, also pioneers in sport. Pretty much ran the entire Sexsmith Curling Club single-handedly for many, many years. So big congratulations to them. Well-deserved award. And I'm just going through my list with that. The only other thing I had is I wanted to welcome CAO Nicolay to his first official council meeting. It's nice to have you back. And with that, I'll call the meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.